The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, we're back at the desktop. It's a wee bit delayed on YouTube. Yes, okay. Wee bit late, stomach upset again, but yeah, it took me a couple of hours to get over it this morning. But we got some good stuff to go through today. And yeah, probably not many people will show up, but hey, we'll see. I'll just post up the side things. I've got to remember to pin it this time because I keep forgetting. There's too many things to do. How many people out there at the moment? 5? Yeah, let's pin that. Okay, I think it's done there. How's Pilled going? Who's out there on Pilled land? Seems to be getting less and less lately. I suppose there's going to be a component of paranormal merging with UFOs today, because paranormal investigators have managed to film an alien grey, believe it or not. So we'll go over that. Although it's really old news, not many people still know about it. So we'll bring it to light today and analyze the footage. Done better than the guy that's trying to make money from it. Although I haven't got the original 4K image, it can't be better than what he could do, but in quality, but in seeing what it is, I can do a better job. But anyway, yeah, I think we're pretty much. Oh, what have I forgotten? Peeled pins, yes, that's working. Alright, got to pause the video there. Free up some CPU again. Rumble. Where's Rumble gone? There. Okay, who's on Rumble today? Anybody? Just one, by the looks of it. Oop, what happened there? I hate it when you bump the mouse and you click the button and you do strange things that way. Okay, so I got some images to look through. Let's start with the Australian Grey first, I think, and then work through the other ones. That's circulating the web as exciting when it's not really, compared to the stuff I've got. Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff here. What happened to that one? Oh yeah, just trying to refresh memory. I suppose those clowns are repeating the same nonsense. UFO man probably is too. Yeah. So maybe come back to that. The update on the hearing. Come back to that one. 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 Come back to that. Haha. So if we just go over this Australian case. Is that where it begins? I guess it is. What's the next one? That one. Roswell. Yeah, I think I got some out of sequence. Let me just refresh my mind. Atlas update. Okay, maybe what that was, so I have to come back to that one. Come back to that one. Okay. So, here's our sequence here. There's a, what do you call it? He calls himself the American Ghost Hunter, but he's not really popular, from what I see. He's one of these guys that tried to be self-promoted, and now he started up a YouTube channel diving into the UFO stuff since this Alien Grey thing showed up in 2015. He didn't even film it. He bumped into some other paranormal investigators in Australia, and this documentary here, which is free to play if you're in one of the countries that allows you to play, you can. I'll post a link to it in a minute, but it's called Sir No Face, which I don't know why it's called Sir No Face. I mean, clearly you can see it has got a face. And I'll be going over the images. Quality here is only 1080, I think. Let me just click play on that.
Footage that.
So this is the footage that he has in the movie. Yeah, so it's not on 1080 even, but it doesn't matter, because I'm not really going to play it. It doesn't improve the quality that much, but we really want to get the original source 4K image that they were filming here. So there's a paranormal group in Sydney that had locked off this camera in one of the rooms. On, you can see it's on green screen, infrared. No other optical cameras or thermal there, unfortunately. This is why you really need multiple cameras aimed at the same location. Shame you can't get a camera that does it all, all in the same lens, right? So instead of playing it off the video here, I'll take it from my screen snapshots because it's easy to step it frame by frame. So I've actually got a copy of the video downloaded to do that, to process it. And there's a second part to it, which is called Two-Face the Grey, which means they just renamed it from No Face to Grey Face. And also that's free to watch. Might be limited by certain countries though, which means you might need a VPN to get around that. And there's a few free ones out there. Why they lock it up, I don't know. If you want people to believe you, you give away the SD version, right? And you sell the better high quality stuff, and that way you can use it to fund your next project. Because to get this stuff costs a lot of money on cameras, maintaining the gear, and lots of other costs in between, as you know. And I'm having to fund my own channel, and whatever I do out of my own pocket, apart from Mr. King, is about the only supporter I've got. So yeah, even this morning I had problems with the gear, where you have to reboot it again to get it to work. But this, I'm lucky enough, it's not this computer, it's another computer in the house. But and cameras, of course. I've lost another camera. So let's just go through it then. I think that's the end bit there. So the other one was just a placeholder to remind me. And I'll just bring up the images. So here's images from the movie. And it's only about 50 seconds long or something. Well, it's not even that. You can see how many frames it is. It's hardly any frames whatsoever. It happens within like a few seconds. And I don't think it's really enhanced very well. Even though he's got the original source from the Australian team. So yeah, he brought this out in 2015. And he's somehow managed to pad it out an hour and a half movie out of it. Saying how he's going overseas, he met up with these people, questioning them, whether they hoaxed it or not. So he goes through the whole movie of trying to verify it, basically, or trying to capture it again. But there's a lot of interesting stuff that happens. And also, once the movie gets released, connection with Men in Black, government banning them from the location, which is an island, as soon as the movie comes out, or as soon as the footage comes out. So it's kind of really strange and suspicious, which we get in the ufology field. So do we dive into it now, or do we wait for more people to show up? Who's out there? Do we wait a bit longer? Anyway, I guess I'll carry on. We've got a bit to cover today. So, I'll zoom in. So this is 1080p quality. So you can see the film in a doorway. And you can see the doors. This is zoomed in a wee bit as well. I think it's done by the guy editing the movie, not done through optical zoom, unfortunately. And there's the hinge of the door, which is, as you know, is generally midway. So you can use that as a gauge of the height of the thing that appears in the door, which ends up being like 3 to 4 foot tall, kid size, as you would call it. How's the audio? Before I carry on, I'll just do a check this end. I still have turned it down a wee bit, but maybe that was a bad idea, I don't know. It keeps corrupted and pilled. It distorts, I mean. Alright, so let's just go through it. Okay, I'll just try and get the right position here. So next frame. Normally I can get it so that it doesn't roll. It looks like it wants to go down there for some reason. It's starting to annoy me. I might go full screen on it. What happened to it? Okay, maybe that'll work better. Yeah, that'll work better. Might have to zoom in on it though, rather than zoom on this program, because this program doesn't have the algorithm to not make it pixelate like the other advanced programs we have nowadays. This is an old Windows viewing program or slideshow thing. So we just step in frames now, and you can see the number change up here. Oh, stupid thing. Okay, next frame, and so on. I should say click, I suppose. If you can't hear the mouse click. Click, 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 click again. Did we see anything so far? Not really. Click. So we're trying to look for deception as well, or maybe misinterpretation, but it looks like something's happening there now. And I'll zoom in that way. Looks like there's some sort of shadow change happening here. Looks like a head. So we'll just go back one. It seems to pop out abnormal, like it sort of slides without moving its legs, slides out and then slides back in. It's okay, so can't see it there now. Looks like it's filming, I don't know, where it's some bookshelves behind. I don't think they went through there and showed you what was there. Next one, looks like there's something happening here. It's like changing the shadows. Next one, it's like something slowly changing. Still something sliding out a wee bit there. I don't think it's clicking. Hang on. Click. Looks like something happening there, the shadows. Now you can see something just popped out. So it looks like something there, doesn't it? Yeah, going down. Something there. Now, is it an apparition, paranormal? It's a bit hard to tell. But it looks like a dark eye there and a dark eye there, just like a grey. Now, we've heard on paranormal shows, what's that one of the Amy one? Dead Files. She often says if a house is being visited by aliens, by these little short grey beings. So she detects everything. So she says the aliens are not the same as the spiritual or entities or I don't know, spirits or whatever. She says they're completely different, which is what I say as well. But they come from the same sort of what people would say dimension, but I'd say that's wrong. Come from the same portal. would probably be a better explanation, which connects to a multiverse. So we can see something leaning there. They must have had really good eyes to spot it. If they turned away for a split second and got bored looking through hours of the same footage where nothing is happening, and there's no sound, he plays the video with sound and there's absolutely no sound, so there's no one in stepping around there or breathing, and they got maximum mic. So if they hoaxed it, they did a pretty good job. And this next frame, it sees the camera, so you can see there is definitely something standing there. Looks like it's got a black eye. Looks like it's got a skinny neck and a body. Keep on going. So this is terrible. If I was going to put this, I'd put this up there, and then I'd put the various filtered versions on, like I normally do, right? And zoom in and loop it and stuff. But you can see it there. It spotted the camera, and now it looks like it's sliding back away from the camera. So it's going again, and the shadows are changing, and that's it. Somehow he managed to make 2 movies out of it. But anyway, if you go on to my enhancements, we can see what's really going on. Now, the best he did with the 4K thing is this one here. And that's the best he managed to get it, right? But yeah, if I zoom in on that, you can see it looks like a alien grey, and it looks like it's got a couple of bumps in the head. You know, you often talk about people saying that the alien greys look like demons. Who knows? Maybe they do have horns, like or some antennas on their head that pop out sometimes. That's possible, isn't it? Wild animals have horns to fight. They may have some sort of antennas that come up for sensing, you know, at night time. So what looks like eyes there, to me, look like indents and shadows. The actual eyes are below, which is below here, which is the big black eyes that you normally get on an alien grey. And it looks like it's got a mouth, no nose really, and a chin. Now the question is, could it be faked? Yeah, I suppose it could be. So what I noticed though is it looks like a shadow behind it. Looks like a shadow there, but is it because the light from the camera is illuminated its head upwards? It's possible. But yeah, it's quite an interesting footage. Now this is an island off the coast of Sydney. Normally it's not open to normal people, but the government decided to open it up, and they set up like a campsite on one side, but it was also used for quarantine, you know, like typical TB, or what they call it, consumption, or whatever it is. What's that called? Tuberculosis or something like that. But anyway, and they also use it for prisoners. So the island's been used for multiple purposes, I believe. So a lot of people died there, of course, including kids. But you can see, where's the hinge? He's zoomed in there, so we can't see the hinge. I think it's there, isn't it? Well, there's the middle of the door, that side. That's too close to the camera. Yeah, I've got it too close. Let's go back to the images again. which is a far away shot, I think, is it? Oh no, this one's zoomed into. I think the middle of the door is there. When you zoom back out, you see the hinge, reflection of the hinge. So that means that thing is not quite full height of the door, which is 6 foot. So it has to be about 4 foot, I'd say. So let's go to my enhancements. Now what's really interesting is once they released this footage, what this guy was doing, he was playing the clip on these events, and you could only see the video, the evidence that he had by booking $100 a seat to go to these events, which get booked out. And you have multiple events in different states and countries, like New Zealand. I think he might come to New Zealand, but he didn't go to all the cities, I don't think. I didn't hear about it anyway. But yeah, the government decided after it came out to ban tourists there and anybody investigating there. But the funny thing is, the government reached out to these to this American ghost hunter guy, was it? No, to the not the ghost hunter guy, to the Sydney ghost hunters to investigate the island for him, because they heard stories of paranormal and they wanted to sort of promote it as like a haunted location to get tourists going there. And then suddenly they changed their minds after this footage comes out and stop everybody going there full stop, and no one can ever investigate there again, which is kind of strange, wouldn't you think? So maybe there's something to this footage. And also he got a visit from the Men in Black before the movie was released in 2018. So you got the footage in 2015, went around 3 years touring with it, and then finished the movie in 2018, put it out there for anyone to buy DVD or online streaming. And then the government pulled access to the island, so he was going to go back and investigate it. I suppose they must have pulled it because he didn't go back there and investigate. Anyway, we'll just bring up the enhancements I've done. So, got rid of that horrible green, toned it down a bit. Now we can see the doors a wee bit better. And we know the aliens roughly, although this door's a bit closer I think, roughly about there in the doorway, which would be about 4 foot. So yeah, just go through the frames here. So you can see already low light flickering going on. Even my enhancements has brought that out a bit better. See that there. And we can probably see more stuff maybe in the background. But unfortunately, mine's less quality. So it's trying to get hold of the guy. Oh, there's the hinge. Okay. There's a hinge, which is normally about midway. So this door's about there. So there's a slight difference. The hinge would be there on this one. So we're looking at a creature being about there, which would be 4 foot. Next frame. Now it looks like there might be something happening there now. Now you got to remember there's also tall greys, and sometimes tall greys are with short greys, and there's also mantas, of course. So what's that there? Starting to see more things in his video. Exactly the same frames as before, but I just applied filters. See, pareidolia really plays with your mind here though. See, that looks like a little alien grey popping out his head from the other side, doesn't it? Which it could be. We can see the lines here. But it would be good to have a day shot with exactly the same way the door is, and then see, that looks like a head there even, doesn't it? Looks like an alien grey head there, and looks like another alien grey head behind it, doesn't it? I'll just zoom in on that. See that there? I'm seeing like two greys, or that even looks like a bit of a mantis one, that one. It's funny how I do enhancers and I always see a lot more stuff and things. And yet these people don't take me seriously. Alright, so next one. Looks like there's something happening here. Those alien grey heads are sort of fading away. Go to the next frame. Looks like something's happening here. You can see something there. Something's moved away from here now. You can start to see the floor here. To the next one. Looks like something dark there. You can see the floor now. So that almost looks like a female, doesn't it? It almost looks like a little girl standing there in a dress. It's possible because there was meant to be school kids there. As I said, that died on the island. But that would be a really small kid there. That would be like a 3-year-old or something. And let's just keep on going. Like I said, I processed these, but I haven't actually looked at them in detail until now. Okay, next frame. Okay, we're starting to see movement now. Shame you didn't have a colour night vision there. Okay, something's moving now. So what's going on here? A bit hard to see, isn't it? But it's definitely movement. Almost looks like a circular object there. But I think it's just a dark shadow here being cast by something moving behind the door. Keep on going. See that there? Now we're starting to get something. So that looks like the head there. And let's zoom out again. The neck. and the body with the arm going behind the back by the looks of it. Or maybe the arm went that way. Maybe that was what the dark thing was. Maybe he's got his hand over this way against the wall. And it looks like he's leaning in, doesn't it? He hasn't stepped, he sort of slid across. Abnormally, it sort of slides in. Now, I had something like that happen to me with the full daytime apparition of the girl that glided into the room and she was half missing. But yeah, she sort of moved in the same way. It wasn't actually, didn't look like she was actually walking, she was actually gliding. It's a shame I didn't have a camera set up, but I don't think somehow you can capture everything on camera because it's projected straight into your mind through EMF, I believe. Some things can get caught in film and some things not. So there's the hinge again, so that gives us an idea. He's like a 1.5 foot above that. So looking at my door, that would put me about 4 foot still. You can see this door here is quite well illuminated. So slowly popping out at the moment. Can't see too much, but we know the floor's down here. I'll just keep on going. Gets a bit more clearer. And now it looks like the camera has got more light bouncing around off something moving in the door. Can we see any definition yet? It kind of looks a bit weird still at the moment, doesn't it? Can we see a hand at all? Almost looks like multiple things there actually, but anyway, just keep on going. Far away, it looks a bit more defined. Like there's obviously the head. And there's the body going that way. But it looks like, I don't know, it's something not right with the body really, is it? Looks like it's got some dark areas. Looks like almost like a skeleton. It's funny how you zoom out, you can see a face there, right? That's just our brains messing with us. And it looks like an alien grey head there. But if you go back, that's definitely the alien grey head, but it's actually further away. Look. If you go back into it here, so that's one eye there, and that's another eye there. That's the top of the head. I think it's because there's some bookshelves behind. That's messing around with it. And low light, of course. And that's got to be his arm going this way. His body, and we got the bookshelves behind causing this thing happening. I think it's a bookshelf. It kind of looks like something in the background that's interfering with the image. Go back out again. Back in. Let's see. You remember, this only happens within a few seconds and it's gone again. But yeah, just keep on going. So the longer it can stay in one place, the more likely the camera's going to focus on it a bit better. Okay, now the head looks like it's got some reflections on it. Looks like it's reflecting there some of the lights. Looks like that big almond eye there, another big almond eye here, big head. Small neck coming down. Looks like top of the shoulder blade there. The body. And it's going down to what looks like a leg, but looks like it's angled funny. Almost look like it's not actually touching the floor, but yeah, it might be just that we're not seeing enough information. And when you see it from that distance, it sort of pops in a bit better, I think. So it looks like the legs here going down. Too pixelated to see. Looks like it's going down straight. So where's the foot is the question. Looks like there. It looks like it's reflecting off something there, doesn't it? Anyway, next frame. And it should be getting more and more defined now because it's standing there longer. Okay, so it looks like the foot is angled there. So which direction is it going? Looks like it might be going this way, right? It's casting a shadow. Looks like it might have some sort of clothing on. And there's the head. Now the head's becoming more defined. Looks like big black eyes here. It looks like there's some reflection of the pupil there. Now what's that remind you of? That reminds you of well, actually that's not. That's not the eyes. The eyes are here with the reflection of the pupil. So what's going on here? It looks like eyes. That's kind of weird. Body shape. Looks like something there though, doesn't it? No, the head's more defined up here, isn't it? So what's going on here? Looks like it's got a funny body shape to me. But yeah, that looks like a hand there. Looks like 3 fingers. Looks like a finger going out. I might have to draw a picture around it. Looks like fingers there. Looks like it was going to open the door and then it changed its mind when it saw the camera. It definitely looks like a foot. Fingers. Leg. And then what's that there? So it's got a really skinny body. Looks like a really skinny body. I think might be shadow play there. That might be in between its armpits. Looks like the fingers there. Looks like there might be some belt maybe there. And it comes down this way. Looks like some sort of clothing. Looks like it's got various dimples in it, right? Like a pajama leg. It almost looks like, you know, it's got little creases and dimples in it. It's not skin tight by the looks of it. But yeah, that definitely looks like an alien grey head. There's no way you could see anything other than that. And if you zoom in and out on it, see that there? Good day, I'm Australian Grey. So yeah, looks like it goes skinny right there. Looks like the arms go there, and then looks like the hips or the chest then goes out again. Chest, and then the hand down here. Then it goes skinny again. And then it seems to have something here, which I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the hips. And it looks like it's got some baggy trousers on with a shoe. There. Doesn't it? It's kind of interesting. Now, I thought maybe it could be a puppet. You know, we had very similar stuff with Romanek was his name, Stan Romanek. Maybe he said there was pictures left on his phone by his alien children, and they're too good to be true. People were saying it was puppet, but the way this leans in, it's like someone's got a puppet and sliding it out and then slides it in. But you don't hear any noises in the video, and you can see it hasn't been sort of doctored or edited, but it doesn't mean that they didn't replace the audio, of course. Everything can be faked, but maybe this is the second time we've seen alien grey. The first time would be Mojos that I've got on my channel from 2011. This is from 2015. The question is, why would the aliens be on the island? Maybe because it was abandoned and they thought it would be a good place to set up a base in the water next to it, or in a cave system there. Who knows? The island's fairly big, I guess. Let's go to the next frame. Next frame hasn't moved. And it's still sort of defined. Looks like it's tilting its head a wee bit, doesn't it? You can see it, light's reflecting off its middle part of his face there. It looks like a mouth there. It looks like it's reflecting off the eye there. An eye there. And the hand looks like it's still there. I'm gonna have to draw a picture around it, I think. Oh, what's happened? I accidentally pressed the wrong button on the mouse again. Okay, so let's go to the next frame. Okay, we've got some movement happening. Oh. Okay. Definitely you can see the eye is still big there. You can see the top of the head. Okay, it's starting to look a bit more defined now. Looks like it's got like a chest or breast there, and its belly sticking out a wee bit there. Now, could that be its leg now? And that's actually the knee that we were seeing before. Yeah, that would have to be its top of its leg there, knee coming down. I don't know, it's kind of weird. If that's its knee, it's too far up. Maybe it's not an alien grey. Maybe it is a could it be a mantis? Because bantas have extra limbs in the middle, don't they? Could it be mantis one? So but when you look away from it far, looks like its legs would have to be too long. See what I mean? It's complicated. It's almost like his legs are not there now. The legs are gone behind the door, aren't they? Because that looks like a bookshelf again behind. Looks like a bookshelf. I think that might be the edge of the leg there. But is the legs looking too long for a 4-foot grey? I would say yes. It's kind of strange. Maybe there's tall greys, medium greys, and short greys. Maybe this is a medium grey. But anyway, just keep on going. Still standing there, looking sideways. Keep on going. So as you can see, it's a lot easier to see than having it the way he did it. Okay, look, it's turning away. You can see its head turn. And now he's sort of sliding back. And he's gone. Gone. That's it. Now, I did actually see if I can enhance it a bit closer and whatnot with this one here. You can see how pixelated it is, but then you can see definitely the reflection in the eye and on the head. And it's got its head slightly tilted, so that eye is slightly down. His chest goes down to his waist. There's the fingers here. So it's interesting. So who we got out there? Anybody? So what's your thoughts on it? Grainy footage. Liz Finch, how's it going? You missed us last week. I thought you would have liked last week's show. Yeah, so this kind of creepy, especially if you're there investigating it alone on the islands. I think they had like a team of 3 there. They also said that when they were playing back a video on one of the investigations, they had an hour missing because it was time stamped on the cameras. And when they checked their watches, it had been an hour since they last checked their watches, and they had missing time basically, which then delves into that alien grey scenario where you get abducted and you lose track of time. But you can watch the movies after the show. I'll give you the links to them and see what you think of it all. I didn't like the guy's editing methods, so that's why I'd like to do my own. Is 10 years old now, so he's probably made all his money that he's going to do out of it. I guess that's why it's free on that YouTube channel now. But yeah, we can just so we went from that horrible green version of his without my extra work on it and you can see the difference, you know, straight away. Just makes it really, really hard. So it's moving there now, you don't see anything, right? So I just took the same images here, didn't do anything apart from swap out colors, color swapping, and turned that horrible green into blue. It's just how it happened, you know. The grey turned out to be grey, and I thought, oh yeah, it looks better black and white. But the doors I couldn't get to be grey at the same time, so I just left them blue. But I could have done some other processing, I guess, to make everything grey. But you can see it's definitely something moving there, but you can't see any details, right? Not until you run it through proper filtering without changing the pixels. So that was his best effort, this one here, which is no comparison to mine, is it? Right, you can't see no details really. You can't really see the eyes really. Right, but he's got some more pixels there that makes it look like it's got a bumpy head. Now I noticed that with Mojo's one, so just bring up a memory of Mojo's one for you, which was probably the first time an alien grey has been captured. So go back to my page, home tab, go down to this one here. It's got less pixels than his one from Australia, as you can see, but with my stabilization and various filters we can start to see details, right? But there are images that are not so corrupted because it was interlaced. You can see there's sort of like missed data because interlace basically cuts the picture in half, and if you do slight movements you start losing data if it's slow processing. But yeah, this is one where I amped up the saturation and didn't sharpen it or anything like that, and to see if there's anything in the background or clothing that seems to absorb light rather than reflect. So you can see the clothing here is all black, yet if that's the other one looked like it was all grey, but it did look like it had clothing on, so maybe they got different colour uniforms. Or maybe the uniform, they can just flip a switch or something and it changes the colour automatically, you know, like e-paint, electronic paint, where they can change the colour of the car. Maybe they got clothing that does a similar thing. Like the one I saw in my bedroom 3 foot away from me had this single piece clothing on, but it was like self-illuminating, like it was hands-free torch basically, and it was like a biological bioluminescence. It was like had streaks of blue, pink and red and yellow and white, and it was like moving just like it does with the bioluminescence of the sea creatures under the sea. And I thought how pretty that was. It was like a hypnotic in a sense. And I was looked at its eyes, like this one here, and they were sort of like blacker than black. And after that I passed out again, despite being in extreme pain, because I was sticking a needle in my back, which was also chronic pain. So I was getting pain from both things. But the next morning I woke up and I was pain free from that point onwards in the back. And then after a wee while I got some pain in another location in my back. Lower down, you know, lower back pain, because I was getting older as well probably. But you can see here the head moving in this one as well. And you can see the eyes in the constant same position. You can see its hands are moving. But some of the images that we got were cleaner because he managed not to move the camera so much. The guy, when he was filming it, he didn't see it, right?
Reflect it. You can see clearly.
He was moving it all the time, and I stabilized it to try and keep it in the same position. So you can see now it's tilting the head similar to the video in Australia. And you can see the light's reflection off this face here. So yeah, I showed this one online. A lot of people looked at it, no one subbed to me. Which it just means that they just don't believe it. They don't think I've got the best evidence because I'm not a Navy person. They don't know who I am. They don't know that I wouldn't hoax anything or tell lies. But what can you do? You know, you can just show the evidence. People either believe you or they don't. And it's better than what Ross Coulthart's pushing out today, which is kind of annoying because I've had this video up since 2017 and people are just not taking any notice of it. And I think that's just a shame, you know. It's only got 91 likes and not even 3,000 views, right? But if Ross Coulthart puts up some crap video from a green beret, which we'll look at next, which is this garbage, he'll get lots and lots of subs and probably make more money, and that money would not go in towards the topic like my money goes into further research and trying to capture evidence and all that sort of stuff. But we'll just go over that next. But you can see here
It's moving.
looks like the head has got little bumps on it, but yeah, we get a decent
looks like
picture
his
at some
arms and
stage.
hands on the control panel, and also the head seems to be looking down and also rotating left and right.
So it only turns its head
It's quite an
there.
interesting piece of footage. Just a shame that we hadn't got like
Okay, it turns its head
4K
again.
video of like we have today. This is very old technology, but it is better than the VHS tape at least. And we still can't be 100% sure what we're seeing is alien, but it's still very interesting footage, and hopefully Mojo.
Now, at some stage, I toned down the overexposure, and we can see the shape of the head. Is it here?
I'll
just see if I can find it. I think this is the best image I managed to pull from it, but it's still got some corruption in it. As you can see, the eyes are not quite right. I think there's a line going through it here where there's some missing data, but the eyes were obviously bigger than this. But you can see here it looks like it's got similar bump to the Australian one. Looks like a location where you'd have horns, right? It looks like it's got a little earlobe here, and it looks like it's got like a V-shaped neck, and it's cloven there. It looks like the neck's going down here, and it's wearing this super black cloven, right? This is absorbing all the light with its little hands here, but there's no details in the hand because we're dealing with like 40 times 40 pixels from a HandyCam camera and low light. Of course, it could be hoaxed with a silicone mask, latex mask, but it's funny how this one sort of matches closely to the Australian one. I think they complement each other. Like I said, I tried to reach out to the guy and see if I could get hold of the source, or at least show him my stuff and take it from there, right? But he won't reply back to me. This is a problem when people get big. They don't care about what the users are posting. Just totally ignore the users as all crackpots as long as you get the money off them. But they failed. Then they missed out then on credible people. So the only reason he talked to this ghost hunter team is because they showed up to one of his events and said hello to him. And they didn't even bring up the footage, which is kind of strange. But you have to watch the movie. The movie will make more sense. So this is just a intro to it with my analysis before you watch it. You'll know that what I've done is a lot better than what's in the movie. But he puts in all the other bits that are missing. But yeah, I just wanted to see. There's one of the head, the frame with the bumps on the skull, which is kind of interesting. Now if we go back to my zoom, you can see it's not quite the same quality, right? Because I think it's less light than what even Mojos was. Because in his one, lucky enough, they had big spotlights or to illuminate what they were doing outside, which is they were hovering over a waterway, and the beings were obviously some outside the ship. But this one doesn't have the benefit of the lights like Mojo's one did, and it's equally as bad, but it's on 4K video, which is unfortunate. Just imagine if they had set up a motion sensor with a regular camera, and as soon as the motion sensor triggers on floodlights and start filming. But yeah, it definitely looks like it's got similar bumps on the head right here and the big eyes. I think it's the same thing, but yeah, it's up to you whether you decide it is as well. And of course I did another one for the thumbnail here, as you know, where I simply brightened his best frame and it shows up the horns even better, because that's his has got 4K where I've got only 1080. So if I get the 4K one, I might be able to do it even better. But it is kind of creepy. So yeah, when people say they see demons, it might actually be alien greys and ones that actually have little tiny horns out the front. Now if you remember right, I also had a apparition in my bedroom where it looked like alien greys, but it also looked like a demon, and I'm just wondering if it's the same sort of thing going on, where maybe they do look like little demons but they're actually aliens. Again, we have to go back to find the episode on that. Now if you've not watched my stuff, you're missing out really, and you've got to go back and watch all my home tab videos basically. But that was the apparition of the Nordic White standing next to my bed. This is the one with the demon, I think. I'll just bring it up. Let's see if we can find a still image. So yeah. So after doing some processing on it, right, it kind of looks like an alien grey. Exactly the same. You can see got two black eyes. It's got a fairly big head. And this happened after the first alien visit. And that's where I felt I was being touched on the feet that night and woke up. The shape. Now, further on, we start to see the body form. Again, you'd have to watch the full video. You can see it doesn't look like an alien grey now, but we can see what looks like more of the body coming down here. And it doesn't look like a normal dust particle. Yeah. Filters. So there it looked like. Let's see, it must be here. Okay, so eventually it forms, more of it forms, and the alien grey disappears, and it forms what looks like a creature with horns. Where's the image that goes back a bit? Again, it is pixelated because it's filmed at night time, right? And it's also infrared, but like their camera. So yeah, I draw around it just to show what I'm talking about, where it looks like something's forming there. But I've looked at this footage a bit more, and this object actually carries on moving this side just before I wake up, when it touches my legs. So it gets about here, but it takes a lot of work and processing to be able to see it. It's really hard to see it, but you can see it's fairly big, you know, and it looks like the let's see, it would be about 3 foot to 4 foot tall. Oh, three something tall there. So so that's the top of the bed. It would be about 3 foot anyway, but I suppose you have to play it properly. But I'm just trying to find all the images I got where I haven't drawn on it. I don't know if I got one I haven't drawn on it. Maybe it's further on. So you can see it there, right? Sort of does look like an alien grey in some aspects, but it looks like it's got horns now, right? So it went from that alien grey head being down here to forming a body and a head, slowly moving up. Right there though, on that one. Pixelated. And that was the best one I got there. It looks like a grey. Could it be some sort of headdress though, so they can look like demons and scare people if they wake up? I don't know. Didn't happen to me the first time, if that's the case, but then I thought maybe there was another one behind it forming. Definitely looks like an alien grey there again. No one forming behind it, but I don't know. So you can have demons and aliens. Now I was told in a dream that the alien greys come here to capture entities that come through the portal from their own universe into our universe and take them back. A bit like the Men in Black movie. Capture the aliens before they cause any problems or attachments and stuff. Maybe that's it, you know. Where's the other image I had? There's another image where you can see where the demon is an alien grey, also seems to be in the corner of the mirror over here. Which is kind of strange, because that means that one would be a tall grey in that case. Because that's 3 foot. That would put it up at 4.5 foot. So that might be the tall greys with it, you know. I just don't know if I got any images of that one. Like I said, I've looked at it again. Various frames. It didn't last very long. But it's not convincing, right? And I don't think any footage... Oh, here it is. There it is there. See the alien grey's head sticking out. It's being reflected off the TV screen. Because that's the edge of the TV there. See that there? Eyes reflecting. It's more defined to be noise. You know, this is noise all over the place here. And you can see this is forming here with the goat head. And there's the alien grey in behind looking at it. So were they trying to trap this one? Maybe. That's what I was told, but it could be a lie. And maybe they are. Looks like it's got little horns itself there, doesn't it? But again, we're talking about pixels, so it's a bit hard to know. Maybe it's the same height as this one then. I don't know. I just keep looking at stuff and seeing other different things in it. It's a lot of strange things that happen. Who we got out there? Anybody? Kayleen Moodley. Paul, how are you, sir? Good. How are you? Any other messages I missed here? I don't know where Stephen King is today. Not many people talking. Normally when he's on, he talks a bit. He's sometimes drunk, isn't he? But yeah, we'll keep on moving. So yeah, I'll post the link to the video so you can have a watch it. But you're going to need 3 hours to watch one to the other. Now the second movie I didn't like too much. Basically what happens is he's new to ufology, right? He's just a normal paranormal investigator. Although I debunked some of his claims, that stuff he couldn't debunk in another movie that he calls 74 minutes. He reckons he's got 74 minutes of unexplained paranormal stuff. And some of it I could debunk because I've seen it on my own cameras and I know exactly what it is. And one is where he gets these like dancing lights in a straight line happening. And we've seen that many times on my little video clips I've shown you with spider webs. They can be really, really thin and they can get little water droplets on them. And depending on what camera you're using, it can reflect IR back off the water droplets or full spectrum color array. And it looks like little lights dancing around when it's actually a cobweb floating around. Now it might be one of those floating spiders that I keep talking about, or it could be just a long strand coming from a ceiling light or something like that. That's very close to the camera. But half of the movie is talking about updates since they released the footage about the Men in Black and all that. And the other half is just some garbage that some guy gave him at one of his events. There's a strange guy in a cowboy hat that's got a tattoo on his face. And one of the tattoos has got the Egyptian C and I on it. You know, the one that is on an American dollar bill. And he hands him a folder with lots of scribble on it. And has a DVD in it with various UFO videos, and it's just full of stuff that I've debunked, full of hoaxes and full of obvious CGI, obvious disinformation in it about Admiral Byrd going to Antarctica and all that, and it puts into a big long story from Germany Nazis. I'm not allowed to say that word. All the way to Admiral Byrd and Alien Agenda and all that sort of stuff. Although anyone that's not into ufology deep like myself could easily be fooled by that movie and actually believe a lot of it. I thought that actually made his reputation a lot worse by adding that footage in. because he obviously believed it. And he kept saying in the first movie how he's trying to be credible and a proper researcher and do background checks and everything. He didn't do any background checking in the footage that he added to the second movie. It was just like a money grab. When all of the stuff could have been released on a YouTube channel, right? Free of charge. Like I do. Which adds credibility to it. You know, all my footage, I just release it. And it's there for anyone to have a look at. Anyway, I'll just give you the links to it. But don't go away. Whatever you do, don't go away. Anyway, I've got it pinned at the point where he finally gets into the footage, and it's 20 minutes in. A lot of it's about how he went to Australia and met up with the people and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, I'll just copy it and paste it. Oh, Liz. Thought you had a question there. So we'll just call it Aussie Grey. Very interesting footage, I thought. And it's funny, a paranormal team captured it also. Aus Grey movie 1. I should maybe call it movie 1. I'll give you a link to it. See if you can watch it. Like I said, you might need a VPN set to America or Canada or something like that. And part 2 movie, which follows on with the Men in Black showing up at his house just before they're going to release the movie. They were showing the footage in their tours before then. Oh, I've got that happening again. Copy link. I'm going to call this one Aus Grey. Oh. Now, I haven't seen this until a few days ago myself. I got this thing popping up all the time. Because it wasn't free, right? And now it's free. I've watched it. Because I refuse to pay money for such things, right? James Fox, you know, I refuse to buy his movies. I wait till it's free. Or someone buys it and then says, have a watch of this. But I won't spend money to promote shills and grifters. Although I understand that people want to be movie directors and live off the money and keep on doing what they like to do. I think from the UFO field, that sort of detracts from it. You know, there's no way you can't release it as SD footage, lower quality, so people can at least get to see it and then decide if they want to buy the higher quality to see it in its full glory. You want to buy the 4K version, right? But anyway, at least I've introduced it to you. You can watch the free movies and then you can decide whether you want to go and buy the highest quality of it and see if it's any better. Whether it is, I don't know. Unless you have a problem. Okay, so let's move on to the other stuff. So how long did I spend on that? That's with my enhancements and stepping through it and explain it. I actually probably should draw around it. Hour and a half I wasted on that. Just draw around it just to make sure people see what we're seeing. Do I use that one? That says it's not so good, is it? And even mine's not so good either, though. Let's just grab his one. And let's just go around it again. Now we'll move on to Roscoe Hearts. Or Code Heart as I call them. Paint.net, where's it gone? Okay, so let's run it through filters. Get rid of that, make it stand out a bit better. So I want to do color swap. Got the blue. Then we can play around with it and change it to any color we want to. There we go, you can see the blue is coming out to be the better one. Even on his one. And it instantly pops out, doesn't it? You can see the eyes. You can see the graininess. But you can't see the hand like you can on my one. So you sometimes have to play around with it a wee bit. You can say okay to that. Okay. Then you can change around with the brightness. You can see it looks better than green, doesn't it? It's a matter of finding the sweet spots, really. Now we could try some sharpener on it. There's so many tools here. Have I got the right one? No. Sharpener plus. Okay. So slide that one. So this will make it more pixely. Alright. Processing it. And see what happens when you sharpen it. Changes it completely, and this is what a lot of people do in ufology, right? And that's what the gun cameras do. They have a sharpener to make the object stand out, but it adds in fake pixels to do so. It adds an outline to it. Right. Again, if you use sharpener, you gotta use it very carefully so it doesn't add in too much pixels, and sometimes it makes it worse. Now I'm not sure if it's improving it at this stage. Got fine details here. Threshold. How much? Now, does it look like a grey or does it look like a mantis? So, you could say reset, review, okay. So go reset. Let's see, you can see the difference. Shame it hasn't got a toggle. I don't think it has, no. I don't think the sharpness helping us much here. But sometimes you can see other details that you didn't see before. So it looks like the chest is going down this way and its legs start about there. And because we've got it cropped off and we don't see the bottom of the floor, but that's his enhanced version, right? And it's the one, it's the best one where we can see some details, but we don't see the full image. Shame I can't get access to the source. But anyway, we'll just draw around it. So we can choose that and a thickness. That's probably going to be too thick, is it? Why is it not drawn? Alright, it's just slow. Very slow computer now. You can see it's going to be too thick. Let's drop it down to 3 maybe. Probably a bit better. And we want to choose a colour where it stands out. Yellow maybe. So it looks like the head goes around there. And if I had a fast enough computer, I should be able to do it nice and smooth. But I haven't. So the head comes around there. Right. There's the horny bits. Kind of looks like horns. Or bumps, you know, what bumps where the horns would be. Kind of looks like the eyes there, but we sharpened it, right? So we've lost detail. Another eye there. You can see this sort of reflection. Again, I can't get the CPU up enough to keep it smooth. Looks like maybe it's got a mouth there. Kind of looks similar to my orb. Orb that transfers into a full apparition. And looks like the chest here. Man boobs. Looks like the neck coming down there to her arm. Coming there, out this way. And looks like that's where the fingers were, wasn't it? Something going on there. So that's where we saw fingers, or was it further down? Could be further down. Let me just have a look at it going. Oh no, the fingers look like they were here. I think my one's better for where the fingers were. I'll just do that for a hand. Looks like the body's coming down this way, like a torso of some sort. Looks like it might go that way. It looks like it's shading. Could be the edge of the arm there. Looks like it's got some lean into it there. It's like the leg or something there, doesn't it? Going down this way. But we haven't got much more detail to go on there. Yeah, so alien grey that may have little bumps where horns grew out of. Creepy, but yeah. So the question is, are they from another multiverse, as I believe, or they also have a water base and maybe there's a base off the coast of Australia there. But why would they be on the island? Is the question. Well, maybe one got left behind after an alien visit. That's possible too. But yeah. We'll leave it there. And we'll have to move on. Yes, is there any Christians or anything? Yep, that's the Cockatoo Island. You think it looks like a mantis? I don't know. I just don't know. There's just not enough detail there. It's possible, but mantis normally have 2 legs, I believe, or maybe 4 legs even, and 2 sets of arms. So that means that I've got 6 or 8 limbs. But yeah, Cockatoo Island. Let's just bring it up on the map actually. Let's see if we can find it from satellite. See, I cover all the cool stuff, don't I? Eh? It's only other people that are going to copy me. I set the benchmark of quality research and live debunks, live investigations, live analysis. Cockatoo Island, there we go. And cockatoo is a bird. So it's a fairly big island. Looks like it's well photographed here. And on the movie it tells you the location it was filmed. I can't quite recall, but I think it was interior here in one of these buildings here. Which means it's in the center of the island. They had a camp, this area here looks like a green with trees is actually the campground. And they got another park over this way. And there's the prison area. So have they opened it up again? I don't know. There's a lot of detail on that map, wasn't there? And it's not too far away from the mainland. There's another little island there as well, and another island there. I'll just keep zooming out. So where is it now? Hey, Luna Park. How about that for synchronicity there? Luna, the herons, Cockatoo Island, there it is. Keep going out. So it's not actually in the sea, which is interesting. Looks like there's a bay that goes in to the internal of Australia. You know, it's not out here where you'd expect it to be. And of course, this is where the deep trenches are for the plate tectonics for the Ring of Fire. Alright, there's New Zealand, and that's where I live down here. So those aliens from there come over to here and visited me, I think. But anyway, you can see we're on the edge of a plate here. This is why we get lots of earthquakes. Now Australia has a minor plate here that caused a tsunami warning this year, I believe, which is the first time. You can see this plate goes all around here where all the earthquakes happen. Breaks away there and there around Japan. You can see that's another island next to a major fault line, and the plates moving underneath each other. So there you go. Aliens are not just in USA. Interesting stuff here. So let's see if it's still the same. Cockatoo Island open to tourists, because it would be a money maker. You think maybe they open up only in the daytime, maybe not nighttime, maybe. Maybe he means Cockatoo Island is open to visitors daily from the first ferry arrival to last ferry departure. Yeah, so how long ago was that? Frequently asked questions. So we got no date there. So let's just have a look. Any dates there? Can't see a date. Well, it looks like it's fairly open there, doesn't it? Making money. So yeah, I'm not too sure what he's talking about in the movie. Maybe it's nighttime investigations that's closed off to the nighttime now. Yeah, you wouldn't take school kids there if it was that scary. So yeah, that doesn't make much sense to me that he's saying it's closed off. But again, he made the documentary in 2020, so it may have reopened again. So yeah, doesn't make any sense. Maybe he needs to do another movie about it. But why can't I see any information about the date on it? See accessibility. Let's have a look. We'll zoom out again. What's it saying here? Compliant. Maybe they closed it until they captured the alien and then reopened it. So yes, there's some more mystery there in that case from what he was saying in the movie. But again, I didn't see any dates listed on that page to say when it was last updated. News, contact us. News, let's have a click on that. You think news would have a timestamp on it? No timestamps. No self-prescribed burn at. That doesn't sound like the island. It's talking about around the island. Maybe we can ask the AI. Let's have a look. Looks like it's open already, is it? Where's the rest of it? Oh, let's look at my opened up site. Where's the AI? AI, where are you? I'm not sure we get it. Damn stupid thing. AI mode. I think it might only comes up if you use Google Chrome. Where's the input? Let's see. We want to get that. See, we don't get that AI mode. I don't know why it wasn't there on the Brave, but anyway. Where'd you ask a question? It's confusing. Let's see. Maybe it's this one. Alright. What's that? Have they changed it since I've last been here? There's something strange going on. Is it too big, maybe? Shouldn't be. Ask anything? We want to, but how do we do it? It's talking about the app. What are we on the app? Let's see. It was called AI Google, wasn't it? Let's just type it in. AI.Cuba. Let's see. Does that do it properly? There we go. Where's the input go? What's going on? Where's the input? Try Gemini. There we go. Finally! Island. Open to visitors. Let's see what we'll start with that. We know it's true. Yes. Open to visit every day of the week. Does it say what time? What times it open and closes? Saves of having to read web pages, hopefully. 10 AM to 4 PM, so it shuts down before nightfall. Okay. 5 PM on Saturdays, Sundays 3 PM. Okay. Oh, 7 PM. What's that one? So it'll still be daylight then, 7 PM in Australia. Okay. Can it be booked for ghost hunting? So it comes back with that. Yes, has a history of paranormal appearances and offers guided tours based on ghost stories. Well, Pacific Ghost Tour 18 Plus has been paused for the time. Still paused. The official website has stated that the new After Dark hours are being launched. It's a good idea to check the official website. So maybe he's making it more suspicious, mysterious in the movie than it really is. It's important to note the tours are typically guided group experiences. What photo? Let's see. Photo evidence of ghosts from island. Let's see what comes up with that. There's no for ghost tours and paranormal tales. There is no widely accepted, confirmed photographic evidence of ghosts from the island. The evidence that has been shared publicly is typically open to interpretation. Some paranormal investigation and ghost tours have claimed to have captured images or video of what they believe to be paranormal, such as unexplained shadows or orbs. However, these images are often a subject of debate. Yeah, it's not talking about the alien grey, is it? One of the most famous stories involves a ghost of Minnie Man, the young daughter of former superintendent. Photo was reportedly taken by a visitor during a ghost tour. Well, show us it. Shows Minnie's face looking out of a window. Okay. Does it look like an alien grey though? So that's where it's going to for the words, but no images. Is there a image we can see of this? See what comes back. Aha! Finally! Okay, so it's not the alien grey. So a ghost on Minnie. Oh yeah, let's have a look. Because so far it doesn't look very good. Okay, so it must be that one. Okay, let's zoom in on it. So, what do you reckon, guys? Do you see a ghost? Is that meant to be the girl there? With piggy tails, maybe? A hand. Or is it just... We need to see another high-res day shot of that window, don't we? To see if that's just a opening behind with the light shining on the wall or something. But I can see it does kind of look like it could be a girl there. Kind of looks like two eyes. But is it just pareidolia? And it doesn't look like anything like the grey that we're looking at, right? But yeah, it sort of does look like it. Looks like it's got like a strap going around there, but this is kind of unusual. Yeah, definitely more I look at it, more face it looks like. So if I had the image, I might be able to process that and make it better. But that kind of looks like a face staring as well there, look. There's like two eyes, a big head. That looks like an alien grey sticking its head around the corner. Pareidolia, pareidolia. Or is it? We'll never know. I'll post a link to that, I guess. You can have a look at it on your screens if you want. So it's closed at the moment. So how long has it been closed for? I suppose we could ask it the question that, couldn't we? Who's out there anyway? I managed to get 10 viewers. If you like what we've been doing so far, do hit a like. No one's done it before like I do it. Alright, gotta give me some credit here. No one does live debunks because they're too scared to do it in case they look like idiots, right? Oh, I was meant to keep that one open. Oh no! Let's was Cockatoo Island closed for ghost tours. See if I can find out. That's why some older tours like Dark Past Tour have been retired. It doesn't appear that it's completely closed for all ghost tours. So that's a new Fair Island event was scheduled to take place. Is that where they did Paranormal Fair or whatever it's called? Fair Island. Okay, I never heard of Ireland before, but anyway, I know there was a paranormal show called Fair where they used to freak out people. It's kind of stupid. The reason for the closure of bizarre hours such as that seems to be strategic decision, and that's its retirement, and it's indicated that they would be launching new After Dark tours. Not according to American Ghost Hunter, he closed it after the Alien Grey thing. Can you book private tour on island? I suppose that's how you called it, wouldn't you? Yes, you can book a private group tour, but does that mean that you get led around though? If you are paranormal investigator, can you book island for yourself? God knows how much that would cost. It does not appear that you can book for a private self-conducted paranormal investigation official website and booking information focused on guided tours. Yeah, public and private tours is not the same as because they want to rake in the money, don't they? But surely if you're offered them a heap of money, that's more than the tour would roll in, wouldn't they say, yeah, go ahead? But it has a security guard that lives on the island or something. But anyway, watch the movie, ask questions another time maybe, and we could look into it again or a bit further. You're gonna have to watch his movies. So Ross Coulthart. Okay, so this is what's been doing the rounds on the web. Compare that to what I've got, and it's just garbage, isn't it? Alright. You can see how pixelated and useless that is. Could be anything. It could be a pilot with a helmet on. and the eyes that look like alien grey big eyes could be just pixelization, right? And they're not actually there. But look how terrible that is compared to what I do. It turns out he filmed it on a smartphone, Samsung, and they're just no good for doing nighttime filming. And that's the other one there. It looks very much like, again, could be just military men with helmets on. And he's saying it's aliens walking on the top of the UFO. Although it does look similar, if you just look at the head, to my one from the Skywatcher Mojo, where it's tilting its head. We can't sort of write it off completely, but for evidence wise, it's just useless. But anyway, we'll just go and see if there's a video, and here's some other images from it. Again, that looks like more human-like head to what we've just been looking at, right? And body, and there's no big eyes there, so, and it's just a little pixel mess. And to me, it looks like it's been AI processed, right? So let's just have a look at the original video. We got it. I'll just make sure I haven't got it out of sync here. Okay, we're finished with that one now. That's in the wrong place anyway. Okay. So that was from Joe Mergia. That's from Stephen Greenstreak, who said this. News station is currently airing an exclusive interview with a wacky UFO believer who claims he summoned space monsters. Yeah, I just don't like when people say they summon things myself. I think this means they've got bias straight away. It's not like waking up and find you've got aliens in your bedroom where you're actually standing there trying to summon aliens. It's totally different. And you haven't got a decent camera in the first place, which again sounds really highly suspect. If you're going to summon aliens, you're going to get the best gear you can and multiple cameras aimed at it. Why doesn't Stephen Greer do it? Because no one can summon aliens, because it doesn't happen. As you would have disclosure instantly. You could have all the media lined up and summon down a UFO and bingo. No more worrying about UFO hearings. Now we've got to talk about why the government was covering it up. So yeah, it says here, can summon space monsters with his psychic powers and showing blurry and pixelated video evidence of a non-human entities. And Ross Coulthart, I think with that grin on his face, he's taking the mickey, really, isn't he? He's thinking, oh, I'm making another $100,000 in my bank talking to these wackies. Now this guy's meant to be a green beret. Yeah, I just don't believe it. Oh, what's happened? Okay, where's the video? Where's the video? Space Invaders. The continued serial and repetitive gullibility of UFO community is amazing to behold, truly baffling. And that's what happens when you don't follow the right people. Unfortunately, the gullible ufology community now includes the mainstream news media in the United States Congress. Yes, it's blurry, but you should still consider his testimony. So instead of calling a guy wacky right off the bat, when you don't know him or anything about him, shed some evidence first of what you believe he witnessed: a plane, mirage, a firefly. We are now years into Coulthart's numbskulled shenanigans. I won't waste my time with this new nonsense. I just summoned the space manager for BJ. BJ? Who's BJ? Does it mean blowjob? I have to hand it to Ross. He spotted a winner and knows how to milk this dairy cow. Fellow Aussie journalists think it's possible. Coulthart is simply batshit insane. And I said, those are human blurs, as aliens are classic greys with big heads, and I have better images from 20-year-old camera. And there I put my evidence. And you know how many people watched it? I think it's about 400 now from me posting that there. There you go, 400. So 13 probably didn't bother. 400 went and had a look, and I think I got one subscriber. So they're not interested. And then I posted also a short of it here. Oh yeah, they actually didn't bother with the full video. Instead they went for the short, which was 400. Which means only 274 come from there, and probably the other one was when I posted it to Brandon Fugel maybe, or someone like that. But there's the short, and I'll just play the short here. And you can see it's a clip from the full video that I made. And I've only got 3 likes out of those 400 visits. I don't know what people want, you know. This was filmed in the woods of Oregon over a river system or water system. It shows some sort of creature wearing a black type uniform, and as you can see, it's got big head and big eyes. Is it real? Is it faked? We can never be 100% sure, but it's fascinating footage. And you can see here it looks like a back of a seat that it's in. So yeah, I don't believe it's a pilot in a helicopter wearing I don't know what's wrong with my mic
mask, or ambulance driver, or fire brigade, or whatever. I certainly agree. Interesting footage the guy captured here of something moving. This was, of course, no one actually clicks on created from, which is down here somewhere, or make a comment. But if you go to the comments, I posted a link there so you can watch the full video. So none of them do. But anyway, yeah. So no one's really interested in real evidence. You must admit, even though it's on a HandyCam, it's still better than anything the Navy has brought out, right? Way better. But it just hasn't got credible Navy people behind it. It's got people that are average Joes behind it. They could be faking it, but then again, we're finding out the Navy guys are fakers as well, because they're controlled by the government, and the government tells them to be disinformation agents, blah blah blah. So yeah, all us average Joes can't be lying. Now we've got 2 credible videos, Mojos and Australian Island one.
It's very hard to write them off, as they look identical, as I've shown. So yeah, and there may be still more out there yet to be discovered with better cameras yet. Who knows? But anyway. So yeah, we're trying to find this interview. Let's see, does it go there? No. So yeah, this is what I hate. People don't, when they post something like this, they don't post a link to the full video. Now I thought I had it bookmarked here, but I suppose we can put in a search if we need to. What's the other one? Still interested in looking humanoids. Well, that's the problem. Looking human rather than alienoid. It's just garbage. It really is, unfortunately. Oh, here we go. Joe Merges put exclusive footage. I know someone would. Oh yeah, here we go. And we got like 1.5 hours of this, so I don't want all that bullshit. We just want probably a few minutes of it anyway.
Prosaic explanation for what we're about to show you. I think
I've just given you a prosaic explanation. I think it could be just men wearing helmets. Fairly stupid, really, to make that comment. In fact, he said there was a UFO dropping stuff. Could easily have been a helicopter, and he's taking out the sound with someone being lured from a helicopter with a spotlight on him. But anyway, just keep on watching.
potentially what Mike is about to show us today is momentous. Is it imagery?
That's not. What I show you is more momentous, you idiot.
Intelligence. Magic Mike Batista, welcome. Welcome
Magic Mike. So even that sounds phony.
to Reality Check. Good to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Before we get into this, Mike, can you just explain to me, when did you first become aware of the fact that you had these alleged psionic psi abilities?
So to me, that straight away puts me off this guy being credible. I don't know about you guys.
So it was completely by accident. Growing up, I had seen the, UAP phenomena in the sky, and didn't think much of it. I felt like I was the only one seeing things in the sky. And it wasn't until, I was ending my military career.
Okay, so looking at his body language, he's doing memory recall in the right location.
I was on leave and I was on
So he's doing a lot of memory recall.
Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and I was outside.
Now he's making up a story. So he was outside, and why is he looking this way when he should be looking this way? So to me, that's kind of suspicious right there. So he's looking for some facts, and now he's making up a story. Let's carry on.
It was dark out, and I just looked.
Okay, making up the story, looking this way.
Looking up at the stars. And
now he's bending backwards, like he's trying to think of something to say.
I saw something going by.
So he pulled up a memory of something going by.
And growing up, I had watched ancient.
He's got a little smirk on his face. He's not really believable. He's got a smirk on his face. Yeah, that doesn't look like a trusting sort of face there. That looks like I'm just going to bullshit my way through something here.
Ancient aliens, UFO hunters, all that stuff. It's entertainment. It's fun. And I'm a military.
So he went over here for some information and then quickly looked over this way to make up a story.
Guy, so when I see something going by in the sky,
There you go, making up a story.
I'm like, oh, it's satellite, drone, plane. Pretty easy to identify. But this thing that was going.
There you go. Look down there, and there he's fabricating something here.
Why? It looked like what you would call an orb. And
looking down, look at the sides. Now he's telling a story.
Just from my basic knowledge of, the phenomenon, it was very basic at the time. It's like I heard they...
Okay, so he's looking down to the right, which is visual memory. So he heard something.
Communicate telepathically.
Okay, that doesn't look like a convincing look there right away, where he flickered his eyes. And now he's looking internal.
So I'm just sitting.
He's got a smile on his face. He's not credible, this guy.
Out there, like.
No, he's lying. He's lying through his teeth.
Thinking to myself.
Yeah, lying. Yeah.
If that's an orb, and this is, potentially not.
No, he's lying. He's picking up some facts, and then he's making it into a story.
Non-human intelligence. If you can hear me, stop, and this thing was just going, and it just...
Looking over here, but he's not looking at his finger.
Stop. And I was sitting there, I was like, whoa, that's not normal.
No, you're not normal, man. You're not normal.
You probably need to go to bed, you're hallucinating. So, I'm standing there, I was like, wow, that was crazy. So, I was like...
He needs to work on his body language. No, he's just making it all up.
Okay, so if we're doing this and this is real, I see you and you see me, shine the brightest white light that you can, and this thing just started glowing, like a little mini sun. Like
I looked over here. So the camera he's looking at is in this direction, obviously, where the roster's on a TV screen. But when he's looking this way and upwards, he's recalling memory. When he's looking this way and down this way, he's fabricating stuff.
Like so that's called a pulse. I understand in the parlance that's called a pulse up.
Pulse up. I could say something really naughty there.
It kind of flashes at you.
It pulses up and flashes. What an idiot. Look at the smile on these guys' faces. They're just bullshitting for money. That's very shame. That's very shameful.
Yep, it did, and it did it instant.
Look. The body language is just way off, man. Look at the little grin on him. You're busted, man. I've busted you.
Instantaneously too, which I thought was interesting at the time.
You shine your light again.
Now here's the video. Now someone's made a comment, which is wrong, that he filmed it on a Nintendo Game Boy camera. But it looks like it's like 240 pixels.
There you are.
There we go. More crap.
Thank you.
So, Mike, that's where you're saying you actually invite a UAP to shine, and it flashes at you, and you say...
It could easily be a helicopter or a plane or a drone or anything like that.
Can you talk to me what happened when that happened?
So that wasn't the first occurrence.
Oh yeah, he's looking down here still.
That you brought up earlier. That was
down there. Oh, what am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? Maybe
a couple months ago, and it was I was just looking up at the sky, not particularly trying to.
Look at the face. Look. Yeah, come on. He's making it up, man.
Communicate with anything, but it seems like the phenomena just kind of pop in sometimes to say hello. And after the amount of experience I have,
bullshit. This is just bullshit. Okay, I just can't play any more of it just in case. Copyright nonsense.
So just talk to that blue cube for a moment, Mike.
A blue cube. That's meant to be a blue cube. Okay. Pixelated, probably motion blurred light. If anything, it's down to pixel level. That's why it's a damn cube.
Talk about it for me.
Yeah, so it was just hovering, just stationary in the sky, and it looked like the cube.
I think he's just taken a video and made a story up with it.
inside it was transparent, and it was kind of moving like this, and then it just kind of drifted and faded, going by overhead, and it ejected something out of the back of it, and it had its own like light source, almost looked like a shooting star got ejected out of the bottom of an orb.
Mike, at this stage,
here's the aliens. Okay.
you're holding your phone up, a cell phone, and you're filming what you're seeing, correct?
Yeah, I believe that.
To me, it looks like he's filming some lights through bushes there, and it's pixelated.
That was shot on a galaxy.
See, that looks like it's filming through tree branches.
Okay.
They would explain this over here too.
What did they say to you about your dog? Tell
I bet that turns out to be the moon behind the tree or something like that.
me that story.
So, again,
He's laughing. Look, now he's making up the story.
it was like infant stage of NHI communication, and I asked him to land, and then I instantly got this thought response back in my brain saying, "We'll land."
Here we go. So what happened there? Suddenly it zoomed in, or what? Or did he edit it?
It's something ejected out of the bottom, and then you could see it slowly, coming down until.
So could it be a helicopter with a man coming down on a rope?
it just started to get closer and closer, and then, once it got in proximity of me within 100 feet, as it was closing in, it did something to me that affected,
Look at the smile on his face.
affected me.
I don't think he believes it. I don't think he believes it himself, Ross. He's thinking this guy's a wackadoo, but I'm going to make a few $1,000s out of it.
Physiologically, in a way that almost made me docile or compliant.
He should join up with secure team, that'd be give a secure team a boost and give him a big boost at the same time.
Well, strange, almost like not a dream-like state or a trance, but like it was way too casual for me at the time to be seeing that happen.
So, exclusive video. Former Green Grey says, okay, where's all the background check stuff on this guy? So what's people saying to this bullshit? Wish aliens would visit a National Geographic photograph. Unfortunately, that probably does happen, but generally when that happens is they disable your cameras. Unless they get called out. Well, they think they haven't been captured, but like the alien grey in Australia, I think that thought it hadn't been captured. Just like the girl standing next to my bed, they took out one camera, but the other camera was still going. But for some reason, they knew it wasn't emitting IR. Somehow they detected that. And so they weren't worried about it, but then I was able to lighten it and stack images and show an image of what I saw standing there. But anyway, that's another video that I've covered many times. He seems to be sincere. This guy doesn't know body language. He provides plenty of pictures and video evidence, which is not evidence at all, it's just pixelated garbage. Easy to debunk if they are hoaxes. If this is what Ross Coulthart considers to be definitive evidence, then I want the last 2 years of my life back. Unfortunately, you're never ever going to believe in aliens or paranormal unless you experience it directly yourself. That's why. Most people just think it's an interest topic, right? Entertainment. But until it happens to you, then it becomes something that you want to know more about and investigate it. It's amazing that a camera is able to pick up this images up, as obviously it's not flesh and blood, but entity of something beyond. What the guy is that? What's that guy? See, these guys, you know, if they followed my channel, they'd see a lot better stuff, right? But they don't. And they follow this complete idiot because they all work together, the shills, right? The grifters. So, yeah, I think that's the best we're going to get for this.
You would see on a petroglyph.
Okay, so let's go back on that one.
Out to each side.
It came down as like it looked like a cube with something sticking out the top, and then it started morphing into certain things, and then it turned into something you'd see on a petroglyph, and then after that, I saw a humanoid-looking form of it, and he was like wearing a skin-tight metallic purple suit, greenish, grayish, bluish.
So we've never seen aliens wear purple before, but certainly black, which is in my one, which was low light optical. At least it was true colors.
Skin, you know, it was nighttime in the camera, and then after that, that's when it appeared as what you're talking about. And in the video, like when I was seeing
liar, liar.
it in person for the first time, I was like, oh, that kind of looked like an angel to me, because it kind of had like the wings like this, and like a light emanating at the top, like a halo. But as it got closer, it wasn't that, you know, stereotypical, you know,
over here,
image
looking
of an
over
angel
here,
you
looking
get,
over
you know,
here.
when you
This
think
is
of
the lie
Bible,
side, this is the
a
truth
solid
side.
craft that was lit up in that way.
Liar, liar.
At this point, is whatever the object is, entity, object, whatever you want to call it, is it telepathically communicating with you?
So
Anal
at
probing.
this point, I was in that docile mind
Making
frame.
up stories.
And I don't think that it was. I think it was induced almost because like once it actually hit the ground and I saw how big it was no bigger than 3.5 feet, and it probably didn't want me to come closer. Like Ross, if something landed right here next to me now, I'd probably be more inclined to walk up to it and see what that's about. But that wasn't it. That wasn't a thing. And the fact that I was even able to reach for my phone, I was fighting it. And some of those shots are very shaky, actually.
I don't believe that the aliens would disable his phone. He wouldn't be able to film on it. They would just simply look up or something and corrupt the memory card. I don't believe it.
Actually had reached for both phones, and I was trying to see which one looked better, but it wasn't. It was just.
When you have a better camera than my smartphone, dude.
So surreal that it's hard to describe and replicate unless you know you're in that position.
But what certainly what I'm seeing, and I think what you say you saw, you see some kind of what looks like a being. It's got an ovoid head,
a human
small
being,
eyes, a mouth. What would it be?
Small eyes is not an alien, mate.
And it had like
Fair to
football
say.
head.
Do you think it would be fair to say that it looks like an insect?
Well,
like a praying mantis?
I saw a lot of things that night. You know, that the photo
Smoking a bit of weed, were ya?
You see the purple? If that's the one, that to me looked like a gray because it was so small. But as the experience progressed, it started to.
This idea that weed doesn't cause hallucinations, we know that's not true anymore. Some people it causes hallucinations. Now it's more freely available and more medical history and studies coming back. I wonder if AI actually has an update on weed. Let's just type that in. See, a proper investigation, they would be asking that what drugs you're on, were you drinking that night, were you smoking weed. They ask all those type of questions. Okay, let's see if this comes up with anything. Does cause hallucination? Because I know there's some new reports out that confirm it does. And some people just say that. There you go. Yes. Weed cannabis can cause hallucinations in some people, though it's not a typical or common effect for most users. High dosages and potencies, hallucinations more likely to occur. THC, individual sensitivity, cannabis-induced psychosis, which is where people go and kill people. There you go. I'm starting to like AI as more and more because if it's got access to all the research papers and stuff, it can go through all that reading for you and just summarize it. So that's and it saves you having to look through lots of web pages and stuff as well. I think it'll get better and better. It might not always be accurate, but I know there's been relative case studies done with thousands of people, and they know some have psychosis and some have hallucinations. But anyway, where has that been? I thought I scrolled back to it. Where it's standing there. Is it worth listening to more? Goes on for an hour and a half. Okay, let's skim it on a little bit. Okay, look at the smile on it. Look at it. Yeah, mate.
No, I just want to explain to our audience, you had been in Utah shortly before you did the processing on this video. I mean, obviously this video...
Okay, that's another red flag, you know. If you're a summoner skywatcher, you don't do your own video processing without having to get an expert look at it and confirm what you've done is correct, or better what you've done. So this is a problem for me. And Roscoe Hart's just gone out there full limb without having a skeptic or other balanced view on the footage or another proper video analysis. Now if that was proof is out there, they'd put it through 3 people probably and see what they say about it.
Recorded in 2023, but you've been working with a lovely fellow, a fellow Viking, Carl Crusher on YouTube. Recommend his shows, by the way. He's done a lot of work.
You should be recommending me because I'm the only guy you should be listening to. These jackwats
on indigenous pictoglyphs. Now, what's fascinating to me,
Aboriginal arts is not going to be, you know, it's not going to be evidence.
Tell me the story.
There's a place in Australia there, they reckon that some school kids drew it on the wall next to some Aboriginal artwork, and they're trying to say that's the Aborigines drawing pictures of aliens when it was actually the school kids that were doing it. They come out years later and admitted to it. So yeah, this shows you got to be really, really careful of stuff like that.
About the pictoglyph that you saw of, you see a shape that
you see pixels, 1 pixel, 2 pixels, 3 pixels, 4 pixels.
is whatever this creature has morphed into.
In fact, that looks like a reflection of a bush, and that probably could be a branch and limbs, and it's pixelated.
And it is uncanny because it looks like the
looks nothing like that, mate. It looks nothing like it. Oh, it's holding a sword in its hand. Oh, yeah. That's what you call pareidolia. No, this is just terrible. If these were beings and not just single stills, we should be able to see it moving like in my videos I had. But 2 of those first videos, we could see how it was moving, and it was moving its head. This is nothing convincing, nothing real. It's just an enhanced crap frame from a poor quality video and taking the piss, really.
And its side profile.
Yeah, so saying this is the alien standing on top of the UFO now.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. It kind of had like a eureka moment at that time. Like, it wasn't.
Yeah, making up a story, right?
Until I visited those like exact ones that looked the most similar and sat in that shaman seat that, like, you know, days later I'm going through old footage that I've looked over, you know, overlooked, excuse me, until we kind of like really did a deep dive on this one, and then the timing is impeccable.
Terrible.
For this, so just the discovery to where we.
Be interested to see if I get a copyright on this, because there's no nation on YouTube, right? And how many views did they get on it? They got 2.5 million subscribers and 8,000 likes. And yet my footage is way better than that, and I only got a couple of likes. You know, it's just ridiculous. I don't understand people in ufology.
We are now talking to you,
Mike. What you see is it's a white platform of some kind, and there is what looks like
a light, pixelated
humanoid figure. Looks like they've got their knees in a squat, and their back is.
And knees in a squat. Yeah, could it be maybe a helicopter? And the light's reflecting off sort of the cabin, and the props going around at the top.
Curved, and it's the classic large ovaloid head, and its side.
No, if that's the head, it looks like normal size for a human. Could that be the pilot inside the helicopter coming out, go down by a line?
Profile, looking out from left to right.
Because normally you'd have a spotlight on the helicopter, and the helicopter would be here somewhere, and you'd have the pilot one side, and you'd have someone coming out the side on a hang wire that comes down to rescue someone.
Did you see that with your own eyes at the time? Were you actually perceiving this as an entity sitting on some kind?
Anyway, we've had enough of that. I'll give you the link to it, and you can actually use some of it, and you can watch the full interview if you want. But it's just garbage, guys. He's telling lies. The body language says so. Ross Pixel Aliens interview. Green Grey. I can't believe that guy's a Green Grey. I suppose it's a good way to make extra money now. So did I miss any comments? Well, I was having a good laugh at that. I don't think I missed anything. Yep, there we go. Okay, no one wants to talk. That's fair enough. Chickens! Now we got 11 watching now. Okay, so what's the next thing to look at? I'll post the links to that, and you can get my links underneath it if you want. So I said here, I must admit that one on the right is close to the footage I was given from another Skywatcher. Craft was 300 feet away. But yeah. I went to the other one. I think I posted it underneath. Oh yeah, I have underneath. So if we click on that, I see it here. That's funny, my footage is way better and yet you ignored it. And Joe Merger said I ignored it. Oh, I did watch it. I just don't think it was anything that will move the needle. You know, so you just ignore it and not actually say, oh, I recommend you have a watch of this, I think it's legit, or anything like that. Just ignore it because I don't like the guy. Even though he's got the best evidence I've seen, yeah. Show replies to that. And I said, Sir No Face, have a watch of it's free. I bet he didn't have a watch of it, right? These people just don't listen to my recommendations. They said just before it got released, 2 men in black showed up, told them not to release it. And the Oz government closed access to the island. Now, I don't know if that's true because we just looked it up, but they did stop private investigations happening. Someone said pareidolia. So this guy's saying that my video is pareidolia, even though you can see movement and all that. Right? No, mate. See the full video is linked in the comments. Such idiots out there. But yeah, if you go through all the comments, eventually you find. But like I said, if you ever play the shorts, you can just go to the bottom of the short player. If it don't watch it on this, but do it on your phone, and you can get the full video, I suppose. But yeah, the shorts don't play very well on thing. But I actually did post a link to the full video, didn't I? I just want to check that. There. Alright. But anyway, I'll send it to everybody here. In case you decide you haven't seen it and want to watch it. Paul's best evidence of Greys. Talking. So I sent that on Ross Coulthart's page, right, and I CC'd it to Joe Merger, which is UFO Joe. So they both could respond, and only Joe replied. So Ross Coulthart's one will move the dial, yet my one won't move the dial. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You can see why I'm frustrated with UFOLOGY. It's not even my video. You know, but I did a lot of work on it and gave my own proper credibility to it, you know. So still keeping on with the paranormal slash alien grey theme. Here's another interesting thing that you may not have seen from Planet Weird. It's called the Hellier. Now I've talked about this case before and I sent it on to Brandon and he did reply to it. I haven't seen it but looks intriguing. Thanks for the recommend. I'll check it out. And it's free as well, and I'll give a link to it here as well to you guys to have a watch. But in it there's some pictures the guy catches on his security camera and footprints outside his house with 3 toes. I think it might be on the first or second episode of it. Takes a while to get into it. Again, these guys are paranormal investigators, not actually alien investigators, but they decided to look into it which they don't normally do, because the guy was asking them for help because his kids were scared of these little beings coming from a cave that's not too far away from the house where they're living in a rural area in Kentucky. You know, Kentucky goblins, the story of the Kentucky goblins and the underground tunnels they have there. He reckons they're looking through the window at the kids and tapping on the window and that sort of stuff. And he got some crappy security cam snaps. Not full-blown video like I get offline, but it was, again, I can't remember what year it was, where cheap security cameras were everywhere, like door cams and all that sort of stuff. But I'll post a link to it and you can have a watch of that one as well. So you've got 2 movies already to watch. And this is 2 seasons, and there's a 3rd season meant to be coming up with follow-up. So we'll just have to keep an eye out for it. Now, I did actually cover this as I was watching the episodes and posting things they missed in past live shows, because it gets very dark. It goes into like a UFO cult in Kentucky that were kidnapping kids for their pure blood, which they drank or whatever. It gets a wee bit dark and that sort of dark cult stuff. Season 1. SO1 and SO2 free on YouTube, which is good. Now it's kind of funny, the guy reaches out to him, but eventually they don't answer back straight away. Or I think maybe they left it a few weeks and he answered back and didn't get any reply for a while, and then it come back to them and gave them the locations and all that sort of stuff. So they decided to go out there. And the time they got there, the guy had moved with the kids, which could have happened if they got scared and they just took off. And he didn't want to be on the internet because he was having strange stuff happening to him. Men in Black sort of stuff, I think it was. But anyway, it's been a few years since I've watched it now, so it's not fresh in my mind, so I'll probably get some details wrong or mixing it up with something else, so I won't go talk too much about it. But I thought, since I shared it to a few, I'd bring it up here today. But they brought out a new movie, which is not free, but you can, if you know how to search the web, find a free version. Just put it that way. And it may not be the highest quality, but it allows you to watch what they're doing. And it's talking about this, again, I sent it to Brandon. I'm not sure if he applied to it, did he? Not sure if you applied to that one, but I sent it to Brandon to watch as well. I said, watch this also if you want a good scare on a real paranormal case. It's from the guys that did Hellier. I sent you in last message. Oh, typo. They received, another typo, a crappy statute in the post, and stuff happens in the house. Hit love when you read it, so I know you got my message. Cheers. So yeah, basically they get this creepy looking doll thing. Where's it go to? Goes to Amazon, where you can rent it for $4, so it's not too bad, I guess. But yeah, I might have some pictures of it, so I don't know, have they? There's a creepy doll anyway. What's that say? Traveling outside? Nah. You can get it from my post. Where's the post gone? Not that one. I think I might need to go to the toilet anyway. Was that at the beginning? Oh yeah, it was at the beginning. I'll post a copy to it and you can go from there. I'll see if I can find a picture of the creepy doll, the thing they got. It's got nails in its eyes and it's got a little hang loose on it. I thought it was pretty good for what it was. Unfortunately, they ain't got no footage of what they're claiming they saw and what happened in the house and all that sort of stuff. But they do show you them trying to 3D scan it, and it wouldn't detect the nails in the eyes, which is very strange. Because, but then again, I suppose it could be the curvature. It could be maybe the scanner he had wasn't that good. Maybe the laser beam was somehow being absorbed into the nail, rather than and because of the nail curvature bouncing off in the wrong direction. I don't know. I don't know if that's a problem with most 3D scanners. But the LiDAR wasn't mapping it, so they couldn't print it. And they wanted to 3D print it before they got rid of the item back from where it was found. Basically, it was found in a cave. The people took it home and started getting strange things happening in the house. And they were so scared that they couldn't sleep there. Instead of just taking the item back, they contacted them and said, can we post it to you? Because we don't want to go back to the cave because we're too scared. So they sent it on to them and they thought, oh yeah, we get thousands of these and nothing happens. But that night, things started happening in their house. They took some pictures of what they got on their security camera inside the house. Not too exciting, I can tell you that, but at least it's some evidence. And then the 3D scanning bit was really strange too, and she was hooked up to one of those voice box. Even though they wear the headphones and they repeat what they think they hear, we don't get to hear the recording, which I think is a bust. We want to hear what they were hearing played back to see if we could hear anything from the recording side. Or is it somehow affecting the mind and the mind saying random words? But it seemed like it was talking back to him. And they said, oh, now this won't hurt you. It shouldn't hurt you. And it's saying, no, no. We're going to now take a picture of you using this light device. And as they were showing the laser beam at it, she wearing the headset with the voice box on was saying, ouch, ouch, stop it. And so that's kind of weird. But anyway, it could be bullshit, but these guys are meant to have a reputation of ghost hunters. Did I click OK on that? I don't think I did I? No, I haven't done that one yet. But anyway, they tried to 3D print it, and that's where the strangest thing happened. They scanned in the head, and then they scanned in the body of one thing, and they were just going to join it together or something. I didn't quite understand it, but I'll probably have to watch it again. But when he tried to 3D print it, it wouldn't come out right. In the middle, looked like what fingers were coming out from inside the object. They had like these long fingers with fingernails on. Looked like fingers, right? And he said that's not even on the file, so how can it be printed like that? And every time they try to print it, it would come out wrong. I don't know. Could be corruption in the data. But anyway, it's quite an interesting movie. Check it out. $4 US. Or go and search for a free version online. A streaming site. Okay. I'm gonna need to go to the toilet. But yeah, we got this alien life form from a rock to cover. We got various other bits of interest that we need to cover. How long we got? 3 hours. We've only got another hour to cover it. We might not get through all of it, but again, it's always at that 3 hour mark I need to go to the toilet. So it's like going to the pictures and you have to go halfway through each time. So I'm just going to put up a little animation here. And I'll be back in a minute. Space Invaders will do, I suppose. Won't be a minute. This is your time to go to the toilet as well and grab a drink. Is it working? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Here's a drink. On with the show. Okay, let's just get comfy again. So who's out there? 10 only. Thanks for hitting likes on YouTube, guys. Yeah, I don't know where everybody is. Is there something going on today again? That doesn't look good. Reckons all my cameras have gone offline. Are we streaming okay still? Let me just check out a few things. Looks like it there. Not sure what's going on there. I'll just reload it just to see. I think maybe the routers died in the kitchen again. Yeah, looks like something's gone down. Oh dear. More money. Routers are not cheap nowadays, especially for the fast ones. Yeah, looks like it's gone down. And of course all the cameras connect to that one, and then it connects to the main one, and then it connects to the bedroom one. We got 3 routers in the house. It's a fairly big house, so anyway, Space Invader's gone. Better check. Also, I got something to fix after I quit the show. Well, looks of it. But yeah, I think the cameras are down, but I'm not too worried about it at the moment. I think I'm going to have to open up a box and replace the hard drive in it as well for the cameras. I think the hard drive's given up on it, the NVR, but the router is another problem. I just can't afford to keep fixing this house. So many problems keep happening all the time. I don't know what they'll do without me here, fixing things and replacing things. It costs a fortune if you had to hire someone. But anyway, let's talk about this meteorite. Set the first image. Anyway, Skywatch Signal, which I'm not sure if he's part of the Skywatch HQ crowd that film birds in the sky and call them aliens. But he's put out this article here, which is doing the rounds. Probably be on Secure Team, I'd say. Won't be surprised if it shows up on Secure Team. But, because it's on Reddit. I think it showed up on Reddit first. Anyway, let's just go and read it out. Meteorite alien debunked. I have been asked to share this here as it is the most plausible explanation here is wild videos from Kinpamana showing what appears to be black viscous substance grown from supposed meteorite fragment in Panama. Eclipse have more. Millions of viewers. Surprise, surprise. With people generally convinced they are watching alien life emerge and move around like something straight out of a Venom movie or Aliens Earth movie TV show. Sorry to break this to you guys, but what it actually is methanol silatane, or just silicon polymer. The same stuff used in medical implants, cookware, and various industrial applications. With a little bit of hexane, which is a common organic solvent. The alien wiggling movement is caused by something called swelling-induced snapping motion, which happens with pngs. Now, I'm not too sure that's the correct here. Maybe some of the videos he's done that, but I don't think it's alien life either, and I'll go through it myself. So he's got a video here of this chemical stuff, so I'll just open that up first. And I'll just play little clips here and there. Come on, come on, come on. Why is that closed?
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how I made this autonomous living tissue. Look at it just move in my hand. You can even cut pieces off of it and it doesn't just die, but the pieces keep wiggling like little...
And he's got friggin' music on it.
Little worms. Look at these just wiggle around. This is so scary. So
I don't know if he's a gay man, if he sounds that. But anyway. So yeah, it's like a plastic. When it absorbs some gas molecules, it expands. And when something expands, it moves, right? So basically, that's all we need to see of that. But how does he get it to be black? I suppose you can add color dye to it.
there we go. Actually continues for a while because of the uneven evaporation of the hex.
Anyway, so this is why I don't believe that debunks at all what this guy's doing. Yeah, didn't I have some? Here it is here. So it looks similar, I must admit. Alright. Looks like it's been heated even. Cooked. So yeah, it looks like a blobby mess, doesn't it? But he's got various videos of finding it. So he's got a grey potato, looks like some sort of rock that's painted grey. So I think it's a hoax. And it's going somewhere. Bloody stupid TikTok, isn't it? Horrible place to share a video. Because it won't play. Nah. Won't play. It's got too much security. Might do now. So he's got various videos on TikTok of this stuff.
Querían verlo.
Okay, so that might be the plastic stuff. Yeah, it looks very similar, doesn't it?
En menos de 72 horas ha crecido bastante. Es decir,
Oh god, back to that again. We don't need the audio. It's not going to let us mute it. No. It's muted. Let's just see what he's doing.
¿Cómo huele?
No, it's not
Huele a
muted.
quemado. Y cada vez huele más fuerte. El olor
Muting's not working. So it looks like rock he's painted grey.
que más parece es como un olor a quemado.
And to me that kind of looks like it's time lapse now.
Todavía las autoridades competentes no se han presentado.
Oh, stupid. It's really believable when you add music to it, mate. You idiot.
Voy a tener que cambiar el recipiente donde está por seguridad y por...
So he's claiming this is a meteorite that's silver, and out of the pores is this black substance with tentacles growing. Totally not believable even looking at that, but anyway. It's funny how I can play it once and then it goes to one to play it on its own screen. As soon as I do that, it does that. Why the hell does it do that, you know? And now I can't play it now. Or maybe the two play buttons are different. Let's just try that. Oh yeah, two play buttons are
¿Qué
different.
pasa? Ahora le enseño el frasco que antes era allá.
And there's no way to scroll it, I suppose.
Ya necesito poner, desde hoy lo estoy colocando eso.
So that's the picture we saw at the big top. Now, there's this fungus. There's a few fungus that grow limbs that look very similar. And if you time lapse it, you can see it growing out and it creates all these limbs and stuff. And it turns black. Finger fungus is called. Let's see if we can find some pictures. Black. So it could be natural fungus, and he's just got some sort of little tube of air that blows it and makes it move, you know. So there's other ways that could be fabricated, but I don't believe it's alien life, right? Black finger fungus. Let's see what comes up. Dead man's fingers fungus. I don't think it's that what I was looking for. Black club shaped fingers. That one's not a very good image if that's the case. Oh, here we go. So these ones are black. It looks like a finger. It looks like a hand, doesn't it? looks like hand, fingers. Dead man's fingers. There you go. If you come across that in your garden and you didn't know what it was, you'd freak yourself out, wouldn't you? These ones are not so good, not so convincing as a dead man. But it hasn't even got that one that's a spider. Looks like a spider tentacles. So let's say fungus. Black finger fungus tentacles. Devil's fingers, okay, or dead man's fingers. Ah, right, it's got the better picture now. Not the better ones, but one of the better ones. So there's fungus that form these filaments as we see in pictures there. Ah, there we go. So is that a dead mouse? So it can be different colours too. Devil's fingers, fingers. So it starts off red with black bits and it goes black. So could he have found a rock with the fungus coming out of it? Or maybe merged them, who knows. So that's a possibility. Could be the plastic stuff, it could be the fungus, it could be a combination of both, where one looks more like a living thing where the other one looks more artificial, doesn't it? What else we got? Let's type in black fungus technicals. See if that comes up with other stuff. Okay, this rabbit growing tentacles. Oh, it's a rabbit. Oh, that's another thing is a lot of this fungus can actually grow out of ants and animals and all sorts of things. There's actually like a living thing inside that eventually kills the host. It's octopus. There we go. Octopus stinkhorn. Devil's fingers. So again, there's another name for it. There we go. Fingers. Aha, what's this one? There you go. So that looks a bit like what he's got, doesn't it? There you go. A rabbit with fungus growing out of it. Poor rabbit. There's its rabbit's ear there. Yuck. So yeah, let's have a look at that one. So that looks very close to what he's got. So could he have found a rock with it growing out and then put it aside, and then found another rock, painted it, similar type of rock, painted it grey, and simply just feature it week by week and saying, oh, it's grown into this now. It looks very similar to what he's got there, doesn't it? Almost looks like insect, and it's not. Fungus. Tree killing fungus. Okay. So yeah. Was there anything else on that page? Some are laughing at the creature or trying to offer irrational explanations. Yeah, so it could be that fungus, right? That last one we looked at looks more close to it. And it's going to keep on growing into a bigger mass. Like a mushroom, right? Mushrooms grow really fast. Mushrooms basically, you know, what you eat on your dinner plate or toasters. They pop up overnight and they can keep growing to a massive size, especially field mushrooms. They're in a very short period. I suspect these things here, if you give them nutrients, it's just going to grow crazy and keep on growing. And I think the latest images of this is it's now taking up a huge cabinet. So that's a lot of plastic that he has to keep fabricating when it could be just simply just grow the fungus. So there's the spores. It looks exactly what we just looked at, right? Alleged meteorite with alien life found. Bollocks. So yeah, I'll post a link to it and you can have a look at the images yourself and videos if you want to. If you go to his TikTok, you can see his latest ones. But I think it's just a hoax to get lots of traffic, lots of money. Life hoax. And especially since it comes out of South America as well. Anything South America is always dodgy. Why is it not opening now? I'll probably close down again, probably. So yeah, he put this up here, and I said after watching that I wasn't convinced that he had the answer, so I said I have seen stuff growing out of rats like that, but time lapse, is that spelled right? Like fungus. New information now proves it's octopus stinkhorn fungus. But I don't know. I think it's the other one. What was it called? Furious fungus. And that's the page I just had. But I found these videos here. Zombie parasite. Cordyceps fungus takes over the ant's brain, basically. It's a bit like Walking Dead. So yeah, I'm not sure if I could play it because it'll probably be like a BBC or something, or a History Channel. But I can just pause it in places, I guess. But you can see the fungus keeps on growing out of it. So they're showing us mushrooms here. Or toadstools, I should say. Looks like it's all out of focus. I'll go full screen. Okay, so we got ant head out of focus because I probably put a camera there. You can see it's moving around. Quite happy.
Infiltrated her muscles.
So fungus from the plants or spores. It's rubbing its head, and eventually it grows inside the head and then back out again.
Her body has been taken over by...
That sounds like Bear what's his name? Bear Grylls. Okay, it's not going to show us the fungus growing back out of it.
Drugging her.
So it drugs it, takes over the ant's brain. Can we see it coming out? Yep.
For the parasite growing inside.
So basically it takes over the brain and tells it to go to the highest tree it can and kill itself. So at some stage it shows it. So here you can see it coming out of its head.
And cordyceps reveals its gruesome.
Cordyceps. There you go, you can see it growing out, time lapsed from its head. So basically what it did is climbs up a tree to where the sunlight is from the bottom of a forest, because even fungus likes sunlight, and it does a what it calls a death bite. It bites around the stem so hard that it kills itself. I'm not sure how that works. Maybe it snaps something in its head and causes it to die, and then the fungus starts growing off the nutrients. Quite a horrible. It's a bit like an Alien Earth TV show. And I time lapse it and you can see it keeps on growing. And moving. It's alive. So that's what I thought, because I remember seeing this on the episodes. When I saw his thing, I thought maybe he had time lapsed it somehow and then edited it somehow. But all you need to do is keep on growing it, and then get some like a little pipe underneath it, and simply blow air through the pipe, make it move or whatever. So eventually it keeps on growing more. So it's really big.
Can release its own.
And it releases more spores and infects more ants. And you can see it's got furry bits popping out, and it's got 2 growing out of that one. Pretty horrible. That one's the same. It's got 3 of them pouring out of it, 4 of them. So yeah, looks very similar to what he was showing. And of course I'm talking to this guy here about it could be fungus. And then I found some more images. What was this one? Although I found connections they missed and posted in the live shows over there. I was talking about the Kentucky goblins. But there was another post I had here somewhere. No, it wasn't that. Where can I see it? Was it underneath that one? I really hate how they do the comment trees. So they've got 2 under that one. Where's my other post gone? I had one where it's growing out of something. Can't remember what it was now. The ant, yes. God, it's so horrible, wasn't it? The comment tree on this. It's all over the place. I can't see it. Let's go back to that one again. No. I can't seem to find it. Alright. It's at the top here, that's why. So I found this from CNN. Let's have a look at this one. There we go. Researcher stumbles upon a tarantula infected by zombie fungus. And again, that looks very similar to what he was doing with the meteorite fragment. Got to be careful here.
Wildlife researchers' startling jungle.
What's happened to the picture though? It's gone crap, hasn't it? So it's a picture of a tarantula. Can we actually see it's a tarantula? And it's got the fungus growing out of it. But anyway, we saw the ants. So the ant one was pretty good. Oh, now it's coming up right. It's only when you hover. I really hate these programs.
Researcher working in the Peruvian Amazon posted this video after he stumbled upon a deceased tarantula that appeared to
I can't get it. How do we get it? What? There we go. Oh shit. Now can we see it's a tarantula without getting it dim again? Right, so yeah, there's the body there. There's the body there, the legs of the tarantula there. It's got 8 limbs. And you can see it's got all this fungus coming out of it. Yucky, way to go. Okay, we're done with that one. So yeah, this one here. Let's see if we can find out more on that one. Images. That looks like spider eyes. So where's the black one again? That's a strange looking one. Looks like it's all different funguses and not just the one we're after. We want the stringy black one. There's another insect with fungus growing out of it. It's got 3 out of it, 11 of it. Makes you all creepy, doesn't it? All itchy. That one looks like it's got some growing out of it too. Fly. Another fly that's been consumed. Yeah, no more of the black one though. Kind of strange, isn't it? That's the one I was after. But look, maybe there's not too many images of that one there. But anyway, moving on. Here we go for time. I got half an hour. God, time flies. Life debunkers, no fun. Okay, we're done with that one. Okay, we got the Roswell thing. But before we come to that one, I'll just go over this one quickly. Coming up tomorrow, my time, which is 21st today, but they being the 22nd for us. It's going to be a partial solar eclipse. Now, somehow I don't think I'm going to be able to catch it. It's this time to see it's between 6 AM and 7 AM tomorrow morning, and I think it's going to be overcast anyway, but I will hopefully... Oh, the cameras are back up. Or partially back up. Looks like some are offline. Probably Mum rebooted the router by powering it off and on. But yeah, if I can keep the cameras going and capture it, I'll see if we can actually see the partial solar eclipse here, because that can only be seen from certain countries, apparently Australia, New Zealand, and other islands and lower half of this sphere. So it's going around here, I suppose, which goes over New Zealand. So yeah, it looks like it's mostly over New Zealand. And it's gone. New Zealand, Australia. Although not a total eclipse, it's a deep partial event with the moon covering up to 86% of the sun. Southern New Zealand and Antarctica research stations will see the best. Fortunately, not if it's got cloud cover. Rare time means the eclipse occurs on the doorstep of the September equinox. But it doesn't mention any times there. Let's see. And it's got Southern Pacific Islands there. So, yeah. So anyone that's in Australia with cameras, film it, I guess. In case I don't capture anything on my cameras, because everything's going wrong. And here's another article on it here. Christchurch is where I am. The microphones are moving up further away from my face. Not sure if the volume was too low or not. Total eclipse says here but on Monday, September the 22nd, a rare partial eclipse will happen. Eclipse ends by 8 AM and starts at 6 AM. And yeah, it'd be probably bloody freezing cold, because last night was damn cold. So let's see what it says here. There's different cities throughout New Zealand. Christchurch is 69% eclipsed, and it gets less and less as it moves along. Auckland's further up. It doesn't say the times there though. So a clear and unobstructed view of the eastern horizon at 7 AM would give people the best chance. So if I happen to be awake, so it's saying here between 6 AM and 8 AM. So any other Kiwis or Australians out there, make sure you film it, I guess. I can't guarantee mine's even going to be working, because I got problems. I think it might be Mum's phone killing it. I think her phone's really old now. It's a Samsung, and sometimes when phones get corrupted bits or something in the transmission, when they connect to a router, they bring the router down. I've seen it happen with iPhone. So when someone was connected with iPhone, the router would just simply fall over. It's going to be like a firmware bug that doesn't expect a corrupted packet of some kind, and doesn't know how to handle it, and it just falls over or locks up. But anyway, moving on. What was the Atlas stuff? Debrief. So it's saying here the Atlas is fascinating space enthusiasts and researchers now say such interstellar objects may be able to act as a cosmic seeds for planet formation. So again, panspermia article, which actually makes a lot of sense. If you got rocks from other galaxies coming towards your solar system, and the sun causes it to break up and sends some of those particles and debris towards Earth, or Earth passes through it, you'd expect some of it to come down to ground level, because I think we looked at this before. Again, could ask AI. But I think it's like several tons, 5 tons a year comes down from outer space. But we'll find out. It could be a year, I'm not sure now. But How much space, dust, rocks land on Earth yearly? I've got a typo, see if it fixes it. There you go. Not 5 ton, but 5,000 tons. There you go. Approximately 5,000 tons of space, dust, and rocks fall to Earth each year. This is the main source of extraterrestrial material on our planet, far exceeding the mass from larger meteorites. What does the material consist of? Form of micrometeorites, typically less than a millimeter. Still adds up to tons though. I thought he was going to tell us the chemicals. What's all the elements in 5,000 tons? I'll just say that. Carbonaceous chlorites, silicates, carbon, iron, and nickel, sulfides, phosphorus, water ice. So that's sort of like the starting blocks of life, isn't it? A lightning strike, and suddenly they combine, and you end up with a walking human. It's fascinating stuff, really. But yeah, there's an article there. Probably haven't got time to read that one. Time vs gas giants. Yeah. So Debrief is trying to make money by putting up articles, especially with that Atlas being hype now. So they put the word Atlas in there. So really, it's only space rocks could be seeds for the planet, right? What's the latest on Atlas? We could look at it. We'll wait till more as more data comes in. But they're saying it's a wee bit strange that it's gassing off nickel, but it hasn't got much iron. Normally nickel and iron and meteorites is 50-50, and they're saying there's very little iron. So it is an abnormal object. But anyway, we'll come back to that. And he's also got another article here about teleportation. We might leave that for another day. And Roswell Rock, what else we got here? Alright, I've got some best clips of the hearing, the best stories, and that was one of them. But have we got time to listen to it? 15 minutes. I don't know. We'll come back to it, we'll see. Anyway, there's this thing going around about a new image is being leaked. Where's the original article? The new video. Okay, you know. That wasn't it. Alright, is that the one? Yeah, I think it is. So, the National Archives and Records Administration has uploaded a video of the Roswell 1947 UAP crash site. So that's it there. Which was meant to be a mogul balloon, right? And it looks a fairly big hole. It looks like a heavy impact. So that's sort of discounts it being a balloon in my book. I reckon maybe experimental craft crashed there, a Black Ops project stealth plane. Something definitely crashed there though. Okay, let's display that. Okay, is it going to do anything? To me it looks like a still that someone's zooming in. Now people point out that they see something in this image, like that there, going around what looks like the edge of a wing. But I think it's just again pareidolia of rocks. They look like rocks there, and again that looks like it could be edge of a rock as well, with like a scrape happening where something's been dragged out. But they're saying, oh there's the actual craft, and they're drawing around this here, which I'll show you in a minute, saying that's the craft because it's buried under the soil, right? And there's the cockpit, and there's a human standing there or something, or was it there? But I'm not seeing it, I'm just seeing like rocks. And then they got this one here of another slide or whatever. Oh, what's happened? And it looks like it's got multiple impact sites, right? So it looks like it's gone boom, boom, and then slid and crashed into the side. Does that look like a balloon crash? No. Definitely looks like some sort of plane crash site. Interesting though. But anyway, it turns out this is not new footage. Maybe that one is, I don't know. But according to Joe Merger, the new video, which I think I have seen it before, that includes footage of the alleged UFO crash site, has been on YouTube for 15 years. So I thought I've seen it before. So if we go here, the guy's got a video link to it. Let's have a look. Roswell mystery. Not seeing it. Oh, what's going on? I think it's gone to another video. Far out. I don't even want it to play, I just want to scroll. See if I can find it. You know, Jade Merger obviously doesn't know how to do a time, or the guy that's his thing doesn't know how to do a timestamp. So it goes to the place in the video showing it, right? I really hate people like that. Amateurs. Now if you go to the bait site, it's been on the web before. There we go, there it is. Have at least timestamp. You right click and you go copy with timestamp. So people can jump straight to where the image is. And that was put up in 15 years ago. So it's nothing new. It's not sort of like been hidden from us. So yeah. and we come across, we'll do that debrief next time. But here you go, these are the crackpots. If this is the Roswell craft, now the Roswell craft no one actually had a photograph of. Like I said, they drew around it and they're saying that looks like the UFO, which is not. It looks like a plane crash if that's the case. But I said they've probably based it on the Rhodes case. Remember that guy? There was a scientist. He was stepping outside and he saw single wing planes flying around. So he took a couple of snapshots of it, and that was 2 weeks after Arnold's sighting of also similar craft. So they think that's the same craft that crashed another week on in Roswell. So it all happened around the same period of time. So if you look at the Rhodes thing of the Roswell thing, Rhodes UFO photos. It might not come up though. There you go. So he's got this single wing plane that he took a picture of, which is like a D shape, which is similar to one of the craft that Arnold saw. Right, a D-shaped craft like that, but it looks nothing like what they're claiming is in that picture. That's not a D-shaped craft. So that's just a load of bollocks, you know. People are seeing what they want in an image when it looks like this edge of rocks and stuff. That's what, 15 years ago. That one there, I'm not sure if it was in it, but we didn't bother playing it anymore. But if the other one was out, so will this one be out as well, of the multiple crash sites. And yeah, best to go to the National Archive link. I should have posted a link to it, sorry, but yeah, it's kind of boring. I can talk about that one next time. Oh yeah, this is the best thing to come out the hearing about a triangle craft. I'll just play that and wrap up for the day. We haven't got any more time left to do any more today, and there's not too many people interested in what I'm doing here anyway. Who's out there? Anybody? No. We've got 12 watching now though, but we'll just play this interview. If it's not lost my place.
Without objection, so ordered.
It's lost my place. Where's it? Oh no, she starts off.
I now
right.
recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Also, as my friend Mr. Moskowitz might have to go, would you like to go now?
Is that loud enough?
Okay. All right. Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line, and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then it was a triangle. It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone.
Now, if you've been watching me over the years, that's not the first time we've had a witness say about a light, like a portal, and then out pops out, turns into a TR-3B. There's a guy called Finn that had a similar sight, and said started off with orbs, look like they're coming out or something, and then they morph into this triangle. So his thing sounds very similar. I think there's another case too that talks about that, but anyway, just carry on.
Got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner, and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But what was really odd was the outside. The best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture, where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold, lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft. I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion. And I immediately feel static electricity all over my body, and then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell. Gets up to flight level. I'm trying to get my phone reset, and I can only see the center light at this point. If I didn't actually see it take off, I would have thought it was a star. And then it hovers up there, and it begins to slowly move due east out over the Atlantic Ocean. I finally got my phone reset. The entire thing was about, from the time I saw the light pop up near the hangar until it took off out over the ocean, was about 15 minutes.
And following up to that question, after you disclosed this information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you're subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former Aero director Sean Kilpatrick as well as his staff in relate to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced firsthand, and I know other things. I think the staff at Aero that I had met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and it was very concerning because in my Aero MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questioning just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and trust?
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion. But
so that's the best case. I'll post a link to that YouTube and wrap up the show. Looks like Pilled has dropped off already though. But I think it carries on. But it won't record all of it. So I'll just post that. We got some other bits to cover. We got there almost. And we got also third phase of the moon stuff to cover still. And a lot of it will be what we've covered already. But what we've done will be superior to anything third phase has done for the whole week. So yeah. So out of the whole here, and that's the best one I think was the most interesting. from the hearing, which sounds very similar to other cases that I've covered over the years. With the portals and things coming out. Is it doing it? Oh, we got some people that didn't scroll. Oh no, that's where the string disconnected on Pilled. Then it reconnected. But it doesn't say, it only says 4 hours. I suppose it chops it off and says what process that and just keep the string going. And what happens if I went on for another 4 hours? Would it lose the first 4 hours and just leave the second? Or would it lose all the second one? Anyway, I don't know. There's nothing I can do, that's the way Pilled is. But yeah, I think we're finished for the day. And this alien grey needs a break. I think I did pretty good today on covering some really new, well actually old but new stuff in a different way. New and old stuff in a different way, but for comparisons. But yeah, go and have watched those movies now and see how well I did on it. And also the Hellier, if you've not watched that, about the aliens looking through the window. And what was the other one? And the unbinding, if you're into paranormal stuff. I was actually meant to find an image of that though, and I totally forgot, unfortunately. But yeah, I think they got some pictures here. We'll just quickly do that before I round off the credits, since Pilled has already dropped off. Unbinding. I probably have to put in trailer, maybe. I don't know. Paranormal. Probably a few movies called Unbinding though, isn't it? Let's have a look. Images. Oh, here we go. So here's the thing with it. There's a bit image. There it is. So they get this thing in the post. Pretty creepy looking, huh? Unbinding. So they couldn't, when they 3D scanned it, they couldn't get the nails, which is kind of unusual. So they eventually do a ritual and pull out the nails in its eyes, which freeze it, basically. But without spoiling it too much, go and see what happens. And on that note, it's time to close down. And I'll say good night. Hope you enjoyed it. I didn't get paid any money today. Good night all. Take care. So yeah, looks like I've got some things to fix up once I log off. Reboot the cameras manually, I guess, or whatever. See if I can get them back up again. Looks like the router might be working. So I think someone's powered it off and on because I'm not around to do it. But it'll probably go wrong again. If you liked, do hit a like there so other people know it's worth watching. We didn't get too many people on Rumble today then. 5 likes on YouTube, be some more there by now, wouldn't there? YouTube is leading the way lately. And we haven't got all the usual viewers today. So I'm not sure why, but that should have been updated by now. I don't think we'll get any more on Pilled, will we? Maybe 5. have to wait till it updates. Yeah. So the other day a bus took out my magnifier software. Oh no, it didn't even go up one. Okay, so it looks like it's 4 on Pilled, 5 on YouTube, and 1 on Rumble this week. Anyway, see how many people come on and watch it later. I'll be putting chapters in a couple of days. There's a lot more work to do around here. And yeah, it's been a interesting week of alien greys. So let's put up the credits and say goodnight. How's it going? Sure is. At least we got the credits today. I think I got the volume too loud. I'll just drop it down a bit. I turned it up. Yeah, so we got to the credits today. Last time the whole computer locked up, remember? Something crazy happened. And I'll end it there, I think.